I did this room in TryHackMe before, but then I made notes in Google Docs, and since then I'm like thinking, what's the kind of questions here? Should I reset the room? DNS. Yeah, so this is, you have to do something, okay. And there's like a box here. Maybe should still reset it anyway. Yeah, I think I will just reset it. And we can redo this one as if I never did it. Because I remember that there were nice things in my notes and I used them on boxes. So, room progress has been reset. Right, I forget that I have to check chat. I'm so sorry. Oh, hi Goaku. Did I miss redeems? Oh gosh. Oh, so sorry. I see all your messages. It's not me. It's the domain doesn't exist. So unfortunately, I think that TTS, but maybe it's that Security Live is doing updates, and maybe it's not. Because I think it would say maybe before. So probably the domain died again, and that makes it not working. So it will probably work like tomorrow or in a few days. But I will have to learn to read chat, and I didn't. And someone told me that this chat is good. So let's use this chat. Because it uses both. So since things kind of get buried in all the automatic messages here. Oh, someone tried. Oh, right. This is not history. This is the first time I started. This is the first thing I did in StreamerBot. Oh, well, that's funny. Anyway, I can't read the old stuff. That's annoying. When I want the chat to be, I want it to be able to read. Let's see if I can do it this way. So, will this have history? Yes. Oh, look. It's not long enough. It's not long enough. Oh, then I'll have to look in OBS. So, up. Hello again. Has left the stream. Still lurking. 2 redeems. Oh yeah, I didn't notice any redeems. I'm so sorry. I don't think you see the chat. How come no one else in chat talking? Or else. How to fix TTS? Oh, ads. Oh, good, no more ads. Just hanging with the bot. I'm so sorry, Kawaku. I'm so sorry. Could I get a refund? 3 exercises. Oh, sure, I'll do the exercises. But I had this thing glued to my finger. So it's kind of natural not to look at the not look at the screen as much, you know. But I can't scroll up here. Let's see if I can scroll up in StreamerBot. So, right. So I don't have to have a preview anymore. I had a preview up. So. How far up can this scroll? Yeah, it can scroll much further up. So. How many times did I say so? It wasn't 3 hours later at least, right? It's kind of impossible if it was 250 streaming. Yeah, so we did the robot thing here. And then it was more robot things. And then I missed chat a bit. I don't know when audio was really clear. Was it then when I switched to my good mic? And I'm looking over there to see that this is the one. This is muted. That's my mic in here. In the air thingy. Goku redeemed. Table push-ups. Oh, yeah, no TTS. Okay, so table push-ups. Sit-ups. That's two. Share sit-ups. Table push-ups. Do you want to play with a robot arm? I turned it all off again. I should like here are the high jumps. Okay, sure. Let's start with the sit-ups then, right? I should probably scroll to the end so I don't miss more chat. 30 minutes later, 3 ad breaks in 30 minutes. That sounds bad. Is it supposed to be that? So, I just realized I do have the bot account on YouTube. So just to test something while I'm still testing stuff with the not TTS. The funny thing is that I fixed the YouTube not being TTS yesterday and the day before too, I think. So I was like, yeah, I'll have TTS today. And then I started stream and I was like, or was going to start it. So this is annoying that it can't go tinier than that. There with the YouTube one. Anyway, so this is scroll down. Yeah. So I don't speak this language. Sail Alice Shugolagmin. What? So unfortunately, no TTS also means no translation. So I don't even know if that's a language or not. But we opened up this now, so I should be able to see. No, that's the wrong one. Where is it? Where did it go? Chat? This chat should see both YouTube and Twitch messages. Okay? Mentions you. So let's make this a bit tinier. I can have this on top of my OBS here. On the screen that I can't show you because I don't have anything set up for that. So now I can actually see chat. And the thing works now that sends YouTube messages to Twitch to be read by the TTS. So it's not red still because that doesn't work today. Well, I won't go round and round in circles anymore. Let's continue. So, sit-ups. I'll have to turn my share. Oh, that's too far. I will fall off the chair. Okay. So we have cameras and stuff up, but whatever. I'll just do the things have kind of fallen into a bit of a mess again here. Two, three, four, five. This doesn't feel extremely easy. So it's good training. Ten. High jumps. Yeah. So my AC is over there. Computer screen over there. I'll just do wherever. This is the only floor right now. There. So I'm going to go quickly check in with my kids, and then I'll be back and we'll start. I'll go through the SQL injection room again. As far as we have time for, at least. It depends on what my kids say now. So this is starting to get in the way. I do move it every time I go in and out of the room. So I'm going to keep streaming because my kid says that he has not accepted the plan that was for today, and he also didn't get a lot of details on it. So I'm going to send a message to them telling them that that's it. I can't like carry a 16-year-old to the car. He was not think that's a good idea. So I'm just saying hi. So he has a dentist appointment next week, my kid, and he thinks going out of the house is hard enough to only have done it twice this year so far. And one of them being to these people, so they're trying to help me with this. Yeah, so I'm just putting parentheses on that bit. So there. So I'm going to go make more food for him. So I think I'll switch the mics again. And then we'll do the SQL injection thingy. Right. So I'm just sending that message. We'll see if I get a reply before I get back. So I'm just microwaving some spaghetti and meat sauce, and I'll be right back. So How many souls did I say? Let's sew some souls. So I'm bringing down a few things here too. Plates and things. Hej. Vill du göra lunch? Den ena grädden vi köpte var jättekonstig. Är du säker på det? Känn på den här grädden. Skaka den. Vadå, vad hände liksom? Var den gammal när vi köpte den eller? För så här ska det ju låta. Men det är något i. Jag kan fixa det. Jag kan lägga den här långt borta. Sådär. Ingen hörde det. Okej. Jag fixar. Jag lyckades limma fast på sortens finger. Nu är det en massa lim. Kolla. Det är inte på överfingret. Vet du vad jag ska göra? Jag ska gå upp och sätta in skylt att jag gör lunch. So I realized I didn't even look at chat before I went there. So I should. That chat, I should look at it. So nothing great. I didn't miss anything at least. Well, it's not great that there's no messages in chat. There weren't lots of messages in chat. So I was just going to click the making lunch message. Am I blind? I just misclicked there. Just getting some lunch, and I'll actually, since my kid was done, I'm going to turn off this. There. So I'll be back soon. So my kid was done in the kitchen. Let's see. Might just as well bring this. Let's get some new water too. And let's get this yogurt down. So, unfortunately, I can't read chat, so I'm usually used to people being able to talk to me. Oh well. So I was just making a pizza for my kid, and it's already dough and tomato, so I'm just uh, making the cheese into these things to put in the pizza. What do you call it? Anyway, uh, so it's the last bit of the cheese. I usually just use a normal cheese thingy. So I'm obviously lacking words in the kitchen area. Obviously. Oh my god. I'll have to do a bit of Google when I get back up. So someone told me to do some kitchen stream. So I'm like, why didn't I like what could be wrong with the TTS? I suggest that the domain is not there. Could I use the IP instead? Would that work, you know? If that worked, oh my goodness, this is so slow. Because I can't do it quickly, I will peel my fingers off my hand. Because it's the tiniest little bit of cheese in my hands. And that's the other kid's meat sauce. I'm thinking I'll do like taco, but with the tortilla bread. You know, not hard shells. Since I still have taco meat sauce that I made yesterday. Since my kid eats it with a spaghetti every day. So it's like always home. And I opened a package of tortilla then too. So then now all the cheese is in tiny, tiny bits. So I have a package of strimlad in Swedish. Jag wonder what on earth it is in English. So apparently I'm lacking a lot of kitchen vocabulary for English. I should try and fix that, I guess. So now we're getting a lot of full package, 180 grams. And the pizza is like a big pile here. Spread it out. So, I just tasted a bit of the ham, and I really don't like meat anymore. Ah, I can do meat sauce. And maybe like roast beef. I'm glad with this. Well, meat sauce is just a bit mixed with lots of veggies, right? When I was younger, I loved it. Meat. I think it's an age thing. So I'm going to get ketchup and get my I'll just food up first because I'm eating totally different things. We need a fork too. So today, usually Wednesdays, I drive my kid to school. There was some they should go working. Ja, jag tänkte, hade inte jag ett glas med? Där var det. Kvar uppe. Så. Mm.
So you got cream before. It was one like you get cream air.
Gruyère. Okej. Mm. Kom ihåg att du måste hålla den upp och ner. Fast den dåliga grädden var ju dålig. Jag tror den måste ha blivit härsken. Okej, vänta, det ringer på min telefon. Vilket like? Sofia?
Hej!
So someone actually, yeah, you're unmuted. Someone actually called and told the well, what do you call it? It's another word. Let's look for this. Translate Google.com, and let's first do so common in English. Okay, so municipality, okay. Anyway, it's like the area here. Someone called them and said this flea market of mine, and they called me and said, so actually it's on your, it's on your, space. It's not on ours, so we can't say anything about that. But the sign, it's out on the sidewalk, and that's ours. So you have to remove that. And I said I'm about to remove all of it, so I'll pick the sign at once. It's no problem. But anyway, that someone called them. When my phone number is out there, they could just call me, but I guess people are like, well, don't want to talk to other people. Someone shy. but they still call them, well, anyway, so she was very nice. It was, so no problems with that. The other thing, shredded cheese. So shredded. It sounds like too tough, shredded. Well, I have a tiny bit of the food. Let's sign in. Yes, gubben. Jag håller på. Jag fick ett telefonsamtal. Telefonen ringde. Vill du göra lite? Linus? Yeah, so it was my marshmallow. Well, it was not marshmallow, he wasn't there. But he was close to the screen, he's very shy. So he just knocked on the doorpost a bit away. Somebody cheese and pizza. Anyway, that lady at school, I just told her that first of all, I'm just removing it now. So, but let's see. So I'm apparently allowed to have it there. Well, that's good to know. So I could just keep it there if I wanted to, because it's on like on the ground. Well, there. So we need a bit more cheese on the pizza, so I'll have to open the new one too. And there we have fish, and we have cake from the birthday. So, and I'll have to call to my mom. So as soon as this is in the oven, I'll go and fix the side. Which is kind of a funny thing. But it's not even visible, and it's also like almost on my ground. So if I were to move it like 2 centimeters, so it was not on the sidewalk, but actually in my hedge there, then it would be okay to have it. Also, that's kind of what she said. So it's only because it's touching the sidewalk concrete, or is it concrete? It's asphalt. Yeah, but it's not allowed. So, but I care more about my neighbors. That's why I want to remove it. And also, I don't want to have to run out forever. And oh my God, it's raining again. So the funny thing kind of being that they went here because someone asked them to do that because they didn't want to talk to me. If they talked to me, they would have heard. They would also have seen between the days, that is really weird. So I'm tasting the new cheese. It's good. Yeah, right. I know. Oh no. The big 5 liters bags. Yeah, I want to buy more. I think the 3 one will do. So best before the 5th of January 2025. But I guess that's why it's not open the cheese, right? But this kind of cheese still has the plastic on the edge. You just open the top, and then you roll down the side a little at a time. So it's really durable. So it doesn't like mold or anything like that. There, I'm done with the pizza. Keep turning the oven on and the pizza. I'm going to fill my water. Oh, probably like as soon as in the water. So I'll actually just bring it up. Yeah, so now the interesting bit is I think that my Bluetooth will still work all the way out. My neighbors out, so they don't want to be there. So I will just get a tiny piece be a bread. Jag tar sån här, ja.
Is there any left shredded?
Nej, jag hade på den och så hade jag på neråt. Var det gott?
Below.
Den nya osten är jättegod, Linus. Ska du smaka lite? Bubben? Vill du smaka på nya osten? Den är ju ännu godare. Ja, men det får Bubben. Så. Ska vi se här. Så. So. Just the veggies. I want some. And what was it? Well, I'll have to get a type it. Make sense. Well, I would make it too. Just to make more than a tiny bit. It was just something. Yeah, it was a cheese. I think I did it with cheese in there. Yeah. Okay, for the third time, cheese. So I should put a camera down. Just cutting out the middle. There we go. And what's I don't want to eat all the seeds, you know. Why does it smell funny? It's from the trash. There. So usually I buy stuff for this and then they go bad because my kids don't eat it. So I'm eating it myself. Let's see. Maybe it's supposed to get warm. I don't know why I would warm it. I'm going to just cool with veggies and stuff. At least you don't have like big bits of fat. So, cleaning I don't want the seeds. So just get out of the way of the right bits. Not very tasty. Though I guess I heard that the seeds were actually more spicy. Maybe we should eat them. If you just chop it up. I guess you do what you some turkey. I do totally like it. So also I'll leave this bit for one of the kids. So we want tropical salsa. And what's pretty less? This one. 3 big spoons there. And then what I usually use was out and having natural yogurt in it. Yeah, right. Why is this wet? Well, that's very odd. The bread is wet. I just put them on back. So let's see. Can I do this in some kind of smart way? So not actually having to touch the cucumber yet. Let's mix this first. I'm mixing the meat sauce, almost a full paprika, some natural yogurt, and this pineapple salsa, or whatever it was called. Oh, that looks good. Now let's cut the cucumber too. So I feel like I'm whispering, right? And just take a little bit of it. We have another paprika, we don't have another cucumber, so we'll have to go shopping. There. All done. So, mixing this into. So I'll just put this on. Linus, jag lämnade en paprika till dig där. Va? Varsågod. Lite vitaminer också. Nom nom. Var det inte gott? Mm. Bra. Älskar det. Jag glömde att jag inte har ost också. Det är bara en liten bit. Har du ont i tänderna eller något? Du gör som en grimas. Var det inte gott, sa jag. Det ser ut så här.
That's because one of my, tooth hair is growing and it's biting my cheek.
Oh.
This thing.
Så du får en till tand där?
Yeah.
Okej.
Matter of fact, the only one that isn't, I can already touch it. The tooth of my tongue is other hair.
Oh.
Although I think it's been hurting the other one, although that one eventually went away.
Okej, så se till om du inte går bort. Då går vi till tandläkaren. Då får de kolla så det inte är vass. Så, då går jag upp och äter.
It feels kind of sharp, kind of not sharp. Just feels like
den är alldeles ny. Men är det något åt rätt håll liksom, eller går det något konstigt håll, tanden?
No.
Nej.
The other ones haven't felt like that.
Okej.
Oh, well.
Vi kan alltid ta kort och skicka till tandläkaren om du vill.
Whatever. I think I'm good.
Okej. Du såg väldigt många grimaser där. Yeah, so my kid was grimacing. I was like, didn't it taste good? And he was like, yeah, it's good. And then it was like more of the faces, So he was like, I was like, what is it? Is it a tooth? So he's getting a tooth at the back. He's 14. So apparently it was kind of sharp. So we'll see what happens. We'll need to visit the dentist. So, I put one piece of cheese on each. So it's mostly paprika, and there's some cucumber and a bit of meat, and then mixed with the tropical salsa and some yogurt, right? Yogurt. So I don't want to put food on my purple thing, the giant mouse mat. So this is kind of lots of stuff in here. So I'm not getting lunch anymore. I'm just eating lunch. Right. So let's get started on the SQL injection room. But first, see if I can even eat this while I'm talking. I probably can't, right? So we might as well open it. So, good afternoon. I'm looking to start streaming my TryHackMe process also soon. And looking at setting up my stream. Do you stream a VM for your TryHackMe work, or just do it all in? I have a VM. so I can show you my setup. That's perfect while I'm eating because I didn't want to start reading a lot and just going. So I just reset this room because I lost my notes, and I know that it's good, so I don't wanna not have it. So first of all, I usually have a TTS, which doesn't work today, unfortunately. So we have a problem. So I'm not used to having to read chat, so I might miss stuff. So let's just see. Right, just a sec. Yes, gubben. Jag har precis kommit in med min mat. Ja, men det var ju om vi skulle åka iväg. Nu måste jag ju, antingen så får jag åka iväg och jobba på andra jobbet, eller så får jag jobba hemma. Jag kan fixa det. Om vi ska åka iväg så kan jag spela med dig hela dagen, sa jag. Om du går med på att åka iväg så kan jag vara med dig hela dagen och spela och ha roligt. Okej? Okay? Ska vi göra det? Sådär, varsågod. Vi kan fortfarande göra något sen, men jag behöver jobba lite till. Vilken tid skulle du vilja spela med mig? Jag har lite saker jag ska fixa klart i alla fall. Jag har inte gjort så mycket idag som jag hade hoppats. Yes. Men inte just nu, men jag ska precis äta min mat. Like it like. There, sorry. So, now you see all my secret things on my desk. Yeah, so this is my VM here. So I'm using VMware. VMware Workstation. And I think it might be free now, but I did buy it very cheaply for like $1. One of these license sites, you know. Right, did this one actually start now? This is the labs for the SANS Summit. They had this VM. Let's see if it starts. I think it won't. Yeah, because it uses, I think it actually has VHL. My god, I always mix the letters, you know, Linux in Windows. So I don't know why they don't have two VMs instead. So this is my normal Kali. I have a Kali that's just one of the images you can download too. Though I just did that to test communication with my copy program I'm making. So I have a simple one there. So then I have a phone like this, and I connect it to a program called Sammy. Let's open that up. So I'm like, where's the button? It's right here. This is how I switch screens. Very easy and nice. And I can also like mute and do other stuff like remove my camera and, well, use my desk camera we used a bit earlier, but it's turned off now. Anyway, so this is a free simple program, and you can set the background image and things. So you can set lots of stuff like filter on off for fan audio and stuff here. Yeah, so that's useful. And then the streamer bot that I just started testing to use this chat because my TTS doesn't work. Yeah. So usually I look at OBS's chat. So if we go to OBS, so I just had this BRB message for lunch there. We could also do this so we don't see this thing. Right, we can switch mics back to my real mic instead of the one in my ear here. That's where I hear TTS. So I have that usually for not having an echo on TTS. So okay, I'll get a call at 14:30. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, so I have lots of scenes set up and stuff. I can always show you more if you want to. So this is also a way to switch the scenes, just clicking them. Really kind of simple. Easy to set up. And there. But no TTS today, unfortunately. So let's go back to this one. And I'm seeing there's something here, right? The start machine. So we'll probably be testing stuff, which is nice. I don't remember this room. I think I did it like a year ago, just when I was getting started. So I'll just take a few more bites of my food and then I'll get started. So this is such a not the food to eat on stream, really. So I usually have hi there, Stay Rocky. So I can actually see the chat here. That's nice. Goku said hello. So how far up did I scroll? No, I just started this and it doesn't remember. So what I don't like with this chat here, it doesn't have the chat, really, all of it. So I don't know why. Well, now I have it up at least. So I'm sorry for the messy eating. Right, I was going to say I usually have bigger breads, so this is kind of like too tiny. It's just falling all over. Sorry. I'm falling into the other one. So, I'm thinking one is enough for me. I'll put it over here in case I get hungry more. Just take a few bits. So, let's see. I think I'll just go kind of gooey if I don't eat it at once. Especially since there's, I think it's like the cucumber and stuff, so it's getting a lot of moisture. So I'll have to eat it all. I could just... I kind of ate a few of the veggies, so it's supposed to be not as filled up now, so I can hopefully hold it in my hand. So... Alright, we're also in the exploits directory. Well, let's go back here. So it's nice weather. Nice weather today. Just a tiny bit left. So yesterday it started raining suddenly. So I had to run out. Now I'm actually getting full. So maybe it was a perfect amount with 2 of these. Though I didn't really eat much before. So I'll actually go wash my hands. So it feels kind of useless to have this in my ear now, really, but I might TTS something or something anyway. So let's get back my purple thingy here. So we're ready. Let's put up the notes on the other screen so I can switch between them easily. So let's get our SQLi notes. Right, this one is done. June. Was it a hint to me that I should? So post-its. Keeps falling. How do I shake the proxy burp? Yeah, I did that. So we can throw that away. So I do have an SQL here. Let's like minimize the others. So many things open. Like all of them. There. So SQLi. This is not a lot of notes. So this is let's start with let's start for union. If I were to find these notes, yeah, it's not in my notes. I don't have union in my notes. Definitely I don't have this bit, because that's what I like with this. It's a lot of examples with union and stuff, you know? So where on earth are they? Yeah, let's actually start a so what is this? Alright. Let's keep that one up and let's open a new one. I don't have a hardware filling problem at all, no. It's mostly streams. I'm not saving them locally anymore. I'm uploading them to YouTube. So they get the storage problem instead of me. And I'm curious to know how much data YouTube is. There must be so much data. And they have different like resolutions of everything already finished and done. Everything. Yeah, and I noticed chat now that it moved with the automatic message. So that's good. So every 15 minutes I get a message about the stream duration. Okay, that's a bit too much, right? 30 minutes would be enough. Yeah, I was just going to search for... I don't think it's on this drive. But union is apparently... Yeah, so... I'm closing that window. And we're doing this instead. Because we don't want to search that. Yeah. Let's start with the C drive. Search. Search for find text union. This might do a lot of things. Well, let's not do this during stream because it can crash. Unfortunately, I should update the plugins too. I didn't do that, so I'll do that afterwards. I don't think I will find it in 2 seconds anyway. I don't think I have it. That's the problem. Right. I just realized someplace I actually could look. So will I ever do what I was going to do? So my downloads. It's kind of fun to look at your downloads. But I might not want to show everything, that's why I put it on the screen. Yeah, and I noticed again a message popping up. That's good. And why does it says mentions you? It's annoying. Maybe you can turn that off. I'm talking about this chat here. It says mentions you and it's slightly red. But I'll have to look at the settings for this. Thunderbird. Yeah, I was planning to stop using Outlook. I use an old Outlook. That's only bright light mode. I don't like bright light mode. And why do I even have it still? Because of people have some old files. So yeah, so I'm actually at the place. So these are things. So this is when I downloaded my notes. So EPUB format. So this is a Google Doc. Saved as EPUB. Oh, it's kind of funny. Is this probably... Yeah, so there's lots of text here that we can't see. That's horrible. Well, that's why I saved it in several formats. This is just an HTML. But since it's not unzipped, you know. So this was something old notes. Very old stuff. Well, anyway, let's minimize that and I'll look it after I did off the stream. I didn't see any SQL there, and I'm kind of sure I moved it to So the thing that it could be is that it's a text file in a place where it doesn't show text files or something like that. It's a format that it's not shown. But we'll just remake new ones. So SQL, the basics of SQL. Well, here we have union. Did I seriously look everywhere and then I was, no, this is not all of it. This is just the start of a new one. Because I was like, is it here? Where I actually was? That would have been too funny. Too funny. Yeah, so I'm thinking, since I have this like in my brain as this is the SQL injection room on TryHackMe, maybe I should make a new note for that, or maybe I'll just add to this one. Let's just get started because I'm kinda I'll have a phone call then in an hour. Yeah, I don't think it will be very long. So, SQL injection. Let's redo this room and get all the nice notes again, and not just do that, but actually do the practice that's answer the question. I reset it, so it's all new. Learn how to detect and exploit SQL injection vulnerabilities. SQL, Structured Query Language Injection, mostly referred to SQLI, is an attack on a web application database server that causes malicious queries to be executed. When a web application communicates with a database using input from a user that hasn't been properly validated. That's better, right? On stream. There runs the potential of an attacker being able to steal, delete, or alter private and customer data, and also attack the web application authentication methods to private or customer areas. This is why SQLi is one of the oldest web application vulnerabilities, and it can also be the most damaging. In this room, you'll learn what databases are, what SQL is, with some basic SQL commands, how to detect SQL vulnerabilities, how to exploit SQLi vulnerabilities, and as a developer, how to protect yourself against SQL injection. What does SQL stand for? Should I type or copy? Structured query language. There, and we got our streak. It's now 59. What is a database? If you are not used to working with databases or exploiting them, there's probably some new terminology to get used to. So let's start with some basics on how databases are structured and how they work. What is a database? A database is a way of electronically storing collections of data in an organized manner. A database is controlled by a DBMS, which is an acronym for Database Management System. DBMSs fall into two camps, relational and non-relational. The focus of this room will be on relational databases. Some common ones you'll come across are MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, Access, PostgreSQL, and SQLite. We'll explain the differences between relational and non-relational databases at the end of this task. But first, it's important to learn a few terms. With a DBMS, you can have multiple databases, each containing its own set of related data. For example, you may have a database called Shop. Within this database, you want to store information about products available to purchase, users have signed up to your online shop, and information about the orders you've received. You store this information separately in the database using something called tables. The tables are identified with a unique name for each one. You can see this structure in the diagram below. But you can also see how a business might have other separate databases to store staff information or the accounts team. And let's click the image because it'll get a little lighter gray here. So we see the database server, the databases, shop, staff, and accounts, and then the tables within the databases. There. What are tables? A table is made out of columns and rows. A useful way to imagine a table is like a grid with the columns going across the top left to right, containing the name of the cell, and the rows going from the top to bottom. With each having the actual data. Well, that's just a row with the headers, and then rows with the data, right? Columns. Each column, better referred to as a field, has a unique name per table. When creating a column, you also set the type of data it will contain. Common ones being integers, numbers, strings, standard text, or dates. Some databases can contain much more complex data, such as geospatial, which contains location information. Setting the data type also ensures that incorrect information isn't stored, such as the string hello world being stored in a column made for dates. If this happens, the database server will usually produce an error message. A column containing an integer can also have an auto-increment feature enabled. This gives each row of data a unique number that grows increments with each subsequent row. Doing so creates what is called a key field. A key field has to be unique for every row of data, which can be used to find that exact row in SQL queries. Rows. Rows are records. Rows or records contain individual lines of data. When you add data to a table, a new row record is created. When you delete data, a row record is removed. Relational versus non-relational databases. A relational database stores information in tables, and often the tables share information between them. They use columns to specify and define the data being stored, and rows actually to data being stored and rows actually to store the data. Yeah, okay. The tables will often contain a column that has a unique ID primary key, which will then be used in other tables to reference it and cause a relationship between the tables, hence the name relational databases. They're connected. Non-relational databases, sometimes called NoSQL, on the other hand, are any sort of database that doesn't use tables, columns, and rows to store data. A specific database layout doesn't need to be constructed, so each row of data can contain different information, giving more flexibility over a relation database. So a relational database is kind of easier to. The popular database of this type is MongoDB, Cassandra, and Elasticsearch. Now that you've learned what a database is, let's learn how we can actually talk to it using SQL. What is the acronym for the software that controls the database? Let's just DB. I just remembered it just when I was up there. So DBMS. What is the name of a grid-like structure with table? They were like saying tables was something advanced. That's like tables. Everybody knows what tables are like if they ever saw a paper even, you know? SQL, structured query language. It's a feature-rich language used for querying databases. The SQL queries are better referred to as statements. The simplest of commands, which we'll cover in this task, is used to retrieve, select, update, insert, and delete data. Although somewhat similar, some database servers have their own syntax and slight changes to how things work. All of these examples are based on a MySQL database. After learning the lessons, you'll easily be able to search for alternative syntax online for the different servers. It's worth noting that SQL syntax is not case sensitive. Yeah, so all these capital selects, you could just type it normally, right? Like this. So select. The first query type you will learn is a select query, used to retrieve data from the database. And I kind of have a few basic ones here already, so we will not need to add stuff already. And that's also like, this is the normal stuff in this file. It's not SQLi, it's SQL, but that's what we're at. So yeah, select star from users. The first word select tells the database we want to retrieve some data. The star tells the database we want to receive back all columns from the table. So from users here is the rest. For example, the table may contain 3 columns: ID, username, and password. From users, tell the database we want to retrieve the data from the table named users. Finally, the semicolon at the end tells the database that this is the end of the query. The next query is similar to the above, but this time instead of using the star to return all columns in the database, we're just requesting the username and password fields. Select username password from users. Semicolon. Following query. Okay, so it explains this one. Let's have it up then. The following query, like the first, returns all the columns by using the star selector and limit 1 clause. Yeah, so this is not this one. I was like, there's no limit in here. Okay, so it's this one. So since there's space in between here and no space here, then I assume this is attached to the one above, right? It's not. So, limit 1. Clause forces the database to return only one row of data. Changing the query to limit 1, 1 forces the query to skip the first result. And then limit 2, 1 skip the first 2 results, and so on. Okay, so I don't know if I have this even in my notes, that you can skip like that. That's an interesting thing, so we'll have to add that. You need to remember, I didn't know it either in my head, just in my memory. You need to remember the first number tells the database how many results you wish to skip, and the second number tells the database how many rows to return. And I don't think this is fully logical. I don't agree with their syntax, but that's the way it is, so we can't change it. So this is a better test, or the better example. So why do I have limit capitalized? Because it's easier to see that that's a new thing, but none of the others have anything like that, so let's make it the same, right? So it's prettier. We want it pretty. So this time I'm going to do 3 comma, right? And then we're going to add a comment. Skips 3 and then returns 1. Alright, so let's use numbers because it's easier to see how it matches, right? So you need to remember the first number. Yeah, tells the database how many results you wish to skip, and the second number tells the database how many rows to return. So we could have had skip 1, return 5, like just skip the first one. Possibly we could have limit with a star here. We'll have to try that. Limit 2 comma star. Will that show us all of the ones that was there? Lastly, we're going to utilize the where clause. This is how we can finally pick out the exact data we require by returning data that matches our specific clauses. Select star from username where username equals admin, semicolon. This will only return the row where the username is equal to admin. So now this is attached to this. Oh. This will only return the rows where the username is not equal to admin. Yeah, we can see that. Select star from users with username admin, username John. This will only return the rows where the username is equal to admin or John. Let's compare to my notes a bit. I might want to add stuff here. Yeah, so this is actually definitely where this comes from, because the example here is John, right? So it's from here. That's where these notes are from. So I might have just copied a bit of my notes and not all of it. Or I might have it as a text file on my hard drive somewhere. And that's why I started thinking I should start for union in text files, right? But it would be searching for union in all the executable files too, and all the things. I don't know what the text file would be called, if it would have a txt extension or something else. Maybe MD, like these. This will return the rows where the username is equal to admin and the password is equal to the password. So that's why I didn't start the search when I'm streaming. I'll look at it later. So this will only returns, using the like clause allows you to specify data that isn't an exact match, but instead either starts, contains, or ends with certain characters by choosing where to place the wildcard character, represented by the percentage sign. Yeah. And that's obvious, right? I actually have examples of all in my notes here. So even if it's obvious, it's there in my notes. Kids knocking. Yes, love. Du ska inte hålla på med det här för evigt heller. Yes. Jo, det gör jag. På YouTube. Jag klipper ut bitar också. Som är mera, inte när jag bara sitter och äter eller någonting. Utan jag faktiskt gör någonting intensivt som är intressant för andra. Det klipper jag ut mer. Okej? Okay? Det kallas en highlight i Twitch. So my 6-year-old wanted his 4th meal of the day, and I said I think we should wait a few hours now because he just ate spaghetti and meat sauce, and I think you should maybe have a few hours between you eat anyway, not just like 1 or a half. So I said like 15, so it's a bit more than an hour more. So I think that's a nice time to have like a sandwich or something, and then dinner later. I'm trying to teach him the times better when to eat. He just eats everything at once. So let's continue. So I think that this is about where my nodes end then. So this is just putting it in the different places. Oh, union. So I'm scrolling in my notes there. So we actually added one line here because I didn't have this in my notes. They might have updated the room, or I might have missed it. So I don't have a lot of notes on these. So this is just a basic SQL. We're not even at SQLi yet. Union. The union statement combines the results of two or more select statements to retrieve data from either single or multiple tables. The rules of this query are that the union statement must retrieve the same number of columns in each select statement. The columns have to be a similar data type, similar, not the same, and the columns has to be the same. Column order has to be the same. Yeah, so not like string, number, and then number string, I assume. Obvious select statement. The columns have, well, order has to be the same. This might sound not very clear. Why? So let's use the following analogy. Say a company wants to create a list of addresses for all customers and suppliers to post a new catalog. We have one table called customers, containing the following contents. Well, the following contents. Another was suppliers. So it's not the same data, almost the same. I'm just curious why this one got so much space. So, using the following SQL statement, we can gather results of the two tables and put them into one result set. Select name, address, city, postcode from customers. Union, select company, address, city, postcode from suppliers. And we get this table instead. So with double number of lines. So let's just confirm that we have all of that in our notes. Combining several statements. The result must have same number of columns and the data needs to have similar data type. Yeah. The rest was just like repeating. Insert. The insert statement tells the database we wish to insert a new row of data into the table. Into users tells the database which table we wish to insert data into. Username password provides the columns we are providing data for, and the values Bob password provides the data for the previously specified columns. Insert into users. And that's kind of obvious, right? So I just insert a new row and I have the line copied. So the update statement tells the database we wish to update one or more rows of data within a table. You specify the table you wish to update using update table name set. And then they have a capitalized set here. And then select the field or fields you wish to update as a comma separated list. Such as username, root, password, and finally, similar to the select statement, you can specify exactly which rows to update using the where clause, such as where username equals admin. So they switch username admin to root. So here we could see the other one. Delete. The delete statement tells the database we wish to delete one or more rows of data. Apart from missing the column you wish to return, The format of the query is very similar to the select. You can specify precisely which data to delete using the where clause and the number of rows to be deleted with the limit clause. Yeah, so yeah, no where clause. All the data was deleted from the table. Yeah, so there is where I also added this. So this is all. I think I might have added this kind of recently at the end here. To have an explicit there, so. What SQL statement is used to retrieve data? Select. Tab didn't work very well here. Was trying to tab. What SQL clause can be for multiple? Union. So I guess I'll have to click here to add data. Insert. Yes, I don't usually use insert a lot. Oh, it changed them. Did you see? They're all uppercase now. So what is SQL injection? So when you do that, why not hop to the top? That's a tip for TryHackMe. Hop to the top. What is SQL injection? The point wherein a web application using SQL can turn into SQL injection is when user-provided data gets included in the SQL query. What does it look like? Take the following scenario where you come across an online blog, and each blog entry has a unique ID number. The blog entries may be either set public or private, depending on whether they are ready for public release. The URL for each blog entry may look something like this. From the URL above, you can see that the blog entry selected comes from the ID parameter in the query string. The web application needs to retrieve the article from the database and may use an SQL statement that looks something like the following. Select start from blog where ID equals 1 and private equals 0, limit 1. From what you learned in the previous task, you should be able to work out that the SQL statement above is looking in the blog table for an article with a number 1 and the private column set to 0, which means it's able to be viewed by the public and limits the results to only one match. So I was thinking we were going for SQLi already, but they were just explaining what I was like giggling a bit. As was mentioned at the start of this task, SQL injection is introduced when user inputs is introduced into the database query. In this instance, the ID parameter from the query string is used directly in the SQL query. Let's pretend article ID 2 is still locked as private, so it cannot be viewed on the website. We could instead call the URL. Yeah. So let me just scroll down here. This is a comment. In case you didn't know. So 2 semicolon ending the statement there and making the comment of the rest, which would then in turn produce the SQL statement. The semicolon in the URL signifies the end of the SQL statement, and the 2 dashes cause everything afterwards to be treated as a comment. By doing this, You're in fact just running this query. So I am thinking in my SQLi here now, we're going to start with SQLi, and I might just build up from this. So maybe the basic should even be or this is just nothing here yet. It's just empty. Yeah, very empty. Stacked queries. So this is one basic, but it could also even be just like let's do id equals to semicolon dash dash, right? And let's put these in these, so it's obvious that this is what's meant to be the added thing, and we have a tip here that we can do this when there's an ID, right? Why tired? I don't know. Because I'm inside and it's sunny outside. So I shouldn't do this for too long. And I want to go outside today. So maybe I'll do a stream later outside. So let's just check to see everything. There. I'm just making sure I can see the chat and everything. So you're welcome to talk, you know. So I'm thinking, is there anything else we need to make notes of? I don't think so. So I read this, right? Anyway, this was just one example of SQL injection vulnerability of a type called in-band SQL injection. There are 3 types in total: in-band, blind, and out-of-band, which we'll discuss over the following tasks. So they want a semicolon here too. So I'm kind of glad I did reset this one, because it's much easier just to hop to the next one thing then. So now we have in-band SQLi, and there's a button to click, so let's click it. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. But we'll get an IP. So let's minus this, since this is one of the very starting introduction rooms, you know. Right, so I unfinished my junior penetration testing by restarting this one too. So it's not finished anymore. So I want to do all of the paths because they're good. Most of the rooms are good. And the one I'm doing currently is actually boxes. So it's nice. But it's different there because it's boxes instead of just learning rooms with instructions. So I never remember this in-band thing. So I just... What is SQL injection? Why do we have to specify which it is? In-band SQL injection is the easiest type to detect and exploit. In-band just refers to the same method of communication being used to exploit the vulnerability and also receive the results. So this bit I should get it into my head. That's it. For example, discovering a SQL vulnerability on a website and then being able to extract data from a database on the same page. Yeah. So this explanation is enough for me. So I will copy this and then I will decide what on earth will we do with this, right? So I had nothing under here. So I guess I will add it here. In band. And then that was advanced, pressing one key and managing to get 3 keys output. 2 being the same. The same method of communication used to exploit the vulnerability and receive the results. Why adding a lot of extra ones? It's like they're trying to change something not to be exactly the same as some other texts that they were getting it from. So if we go back here, let's actually put this that there's supposed to be 3 types, right? Because the list we get now is much more. So 3 types. So kinda, let's do this instead. And this was 3, so this should be 2. And this has 3. In band. I'm blind. Out of band. So what is the real actual difference between them? Here we already have the answer here. So same method to retrieve results. We don't have to say that it's this same method of communication used. That's like too much, even that. But let's keep it there. Since I'm making the notes public and I want everybody to understand. So then these are subtypes, but they have the same header size, but they're still in this one. So I'll just quickly do a bathroom break. Sorry. And also, I didn't look at chat, did I? I think I'm getting used to it. A bit of a movement there on the side. There, so I'll be right back. So I will have a call in 20 minutes. I just check the time. But maybe they're not exactly there. But let's just go on until then, and I'll continue a tiny bit after at least, depending on the time, of course. Maybe I'll just go forever. Never stop streaming. For all time and eternity, we'll be streaming from now on. So, error-based SQL injection. This type of SQL injection is the most useful for easily obtaining information about the database structure, as error messages from the database are printed directly to the browser screen. This can often be used to enumerate a whole database. So, this is a subgroup of this, which is 4, or 3. So, let's do 4. And we call it error-based. And let's also do error-based here. So we have this quick check through here, in case we would ever think, oh my god, what did this person mean, you know? Let's add the union. So well, errors shown on web page. That's kind of it, right? So let's see. Let's just copy my own text. So error. Paste. SQL. Errors are shown on the web page. Well, I think it's a lot of things are obvious, but since remembering the differences, if someone would ever care about the names, you know, I really don't care much for terms and names. I prefer the knowledge, but if this is something you need to talk to someone else, then it's important, right? So if you just say you did it by using union, it's kind of the same as saying it's union-based. And if you say they got it, there were error page messages, you know, on the web page. You don't have to say that it's called error-based. Are these even official terms from who, then? Yeah, I'm like anti too much of the set names thingy. Just talk, people. Union-based SQL injection. We're just adding them here still. Well, I'm assuming I'll make comments or like examples here, right? So these headers are not just for these explanations. We're going to add lots of examples here. That's the plan. So then we'll have to add based to this. Maybe it's just a name to have something to have as a header. Maybe it's that, but I think actually people use, especially in band and out of band and blind. The blind is kind of obvious, right? Yeah, let's continue. So union-based equals. I'm assuming we use union for this type of injection. Utilize SQL union surprise operator alongside a select statement to return additional results to the page. This method is the most common way of extracting language large, my god, amounts of data via SQL injection vulnerability. And this is why I'm redoing the room, because there are good examples here in this one for this. And I didn't have anything in my notes, but I did have the union header here and I didn't find it, so maybe the search is just odd. Anyway, union based, using union. Let's do select union statements, queries. Now uses. There. Practical. Now I'm supposed to click the start. Click on the green Start Machine button to use the SQL injection example practice lab. Each level contains a Mac browser and also SQL query and error boxes to assist in getting your query's payload correct. Level 1 of the practice lab contains a Mac browser and website featuring a blog with different articles, which can be accessed by changing the ID number of the query string. So I'm assuming, since we have an IP, we can just go to this IP. So let's go to Kali, and well, we can do burp. Might be funnier, more fun at least. Hi, squirrel mail. Yeah, so the reason I pulled my color bar to the bottom is because I have the VMware one up here, and it's annoying to have both at the same place. So we can say bye-bye, Kappa CMS. Skynet is also finished. And yeah, and I broke the poor Skynet page by deleting this image. So IP, HTTP, thank you. Right, what I could do, of course, is to change SQL injection, right? Since I recently found that streamer bots sorry for the bright light, but apparently we could just change this here. But I tested this and it didn't work. Right. So that's why I didn't use it anymore. We'll see if the YouTube one changes title. If it does, it's like semi-working. OBS. I have to click done here. Or it won't upload it, or whatever you want to call it, update it. And just getting up the chat again so I can see. Oh look, we actually got a message here in this chat. Stream updated. Yeah. So the web page is here. No? I'm definitely on this page. I can't zoom. I just clicked the wrong one. Held shift instead of control. Shh. So this is the first practical example. We have the ID here. And we can even see the query. So I'm thinking about that someone will call soon, so good morning. Good morning, Panda. The TTS is dead for today, so sorry. But I saw your message at once. I'm so happy for that. So, I hope it will work soon again. But the domain seems to have died again. It happened before. I just hope the security live is okay. I haven't seen him in a bit. Anyway, so I reset this SQLi room so we can redo it because I lost my notes and there are kind of nice things there. Different union thingies. So I'm remaking my notes. So we're at the practical bit. Each level contains a mock browser and also SQL query and error boxes to assist in getting your query's payload correct. Level 1 of the practice lab contains a mock browser and website featuring a blog with different articles, which can be accessed by changing the ID number in the query string. The key to discover error-based SQL injection is to break the code's SQL query by trying certain characters until an error message is produced. These are most commonly single apostrophes and quotation marks. So I should use these words, right? Put them in my notes that I should use these words for these. Are these the most official sounding nicest words for it? I don't know. Let's put it in a notepad to throw out of the trash later. I don't know. Or whatever. So, I mean, if you can say single apostrophe, you should be able to say double, right, too? And is this like a quotation mark too, or is it not? In Sweden, I use the official term fnuttar, which means dotties, right? Just someone found up their own word for it and we use it, kind of thing. We're not so official. Until an error message. We have the same words. Definitely this one. Quotation mark in Swedish would be citattecken. Yeah, probably. I would not connect that to this. This is a dubbelfnut. Double dotty thingy. So, these are the most commonly... Yeah, so let's focus on the actual meaning of these characters. We can break it. We can break the SQL query. So let's do it at once and let's break the SQL query because they're telling us we can do it with this. Let's do this. Yeah, so we got an error here. Very actual existing error. We got into level 1, by the way, here. SQL state 42,000. Syntax error or axle violation. 10 is 1,000. By the way, I didn't complain this today, right? You have an error in your SQL syntax. Check the manual that corresponds to your MySQL server version for the right use. Write syntax to near ... at line 1. Yeah, so we see the query here, and it's obviously they only used single apostrophes around the single apostrophe, so it looks a bit funny. Right, so let's read on. Try typing an apostrophe after the ID 1 and press enter. Yeah, we did that. No. That I can't. I can't. You'll make me laugh away all the time we have left on stream. Nah, so, and you'll see this returns an SQL error informing you of an error in your syntax. The fact that you received this error message confirms the existence of an SQL inject vulnerability. You can now exploit this vulnerability and use the error messages to learn more about the database structure, meaning we have error-based SQL injection, right? Let's see if we'll also use union in the same one. Right, this is also a thing. We could have both. Well, mostly you get the output kind of funny here, right? Could be a very funny output. So where were I? Too much scrolling. The first thing we need to do is to return data to the browser without displaying an error message. Firstly, we'll try the union operator. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed. So we can retrieve an extra result if we choose it. I didn't hop too far down. No, I didn't. So let's hop here again and use our very working special, nothing special at all with this browser. It's not in a browser. Union. So why didn't they just do, well, I guess they needed control. Whatever. One union, select one. So I'm thinking maybe I should have select union instead of union select in my mouse to make this more obvious. But it's also select union select, right? So because we're combining the selectors, but we need to have one first that we don't see too. So union select one. The use select statement have a different number, right? So we just comma 2, different number, comma 3. So where were on the right one? My first article ID 1. Hi and welcome to my very first article for my new website. And if I cut this away again, we have the same thing. So, and I see that they did the same. The statement should produce an error message informing you that the union select statement has a different number of columns than the original select query. So let's try again, but add another column. Same error again, so let's repeat adding another column. Success. The error message has gone, and the article is being displayed. And we haven't made any notes yet. So just so people know that I will get a call any minute, and I don't think it will be a long call, so I'll just continue afterwards. So I'll probably just be aborted. Well, interrupted. But now we want to display our data instead of the article. The article is displayed because it takes the first return result somewhere in the website's code and shows that. To get around that, we need to first query to produce no results, right? So this can be simply done by changing the article ID from 1 to 0. So that's why we got the same result. So we didn't actually see this result yet, because this is, and if 0 had been an okay result here, or okay query, that wouldn't work either. So now we see the odd stuff. The 2 and 3. I read your hello scammer again. So Panda, you're not allowed to call me scammer. I'm not a scammer. I didn't complain. I know I didn't complain about the hacker. That could be okay. Because people have been calling me that all my life, even though I might not have been that. So I wouldn't react to that ever, I think. Let's go back and continue reading. Let's go to what? Oh, so sorry. Since I didn't have the TTS, I didn't see that one. But I don't care about those. So if it's a person, it's probably a bot. But if it's a person, they're welcome to be here. And if it's a bot, it will never send another message. It's not like they're spamming. It's just one and then it's gone. So I don't care. No one will click that, right? Not in this tree. No one will click the link from a bot. I can click your link. So whatever. Let's close it. So let's continue. The article is displayed. Yeah, so we did that. Right, so we're going to do this. I'm just expecting the phone to ring any second. You'll now see the article is just made up of the result from the union select, returning the column value 1, 2, and 3. We can start using these returned values to retrieve more useful information. First, we'll get the database name that we have access to. So let's do that. And I'll need to add notes. So SQL-A1. Oh my, it's windy outside now. It really started. I don't know if you can hear it. Yeah. You'll now see there where the number 3 was previously displayed. Yeah. It now shows the name of the database, which is SQL-A1. Our next query will gather a list of tables that are in the database, and we'll need to start adding notes, right? We can't just type it here. So let's make notes. So the actual thing, add or to produce an error. Right, so that's all we had so far. Well, let's do try adding. Right, because it's not like it's certain that it will work. Union based. It's Obsidian. It's kind of nice because everything is just files. You can just show it in System Explorer, and you can see it's .md files, all of it. So very, very simple. And images are just images, like here. And also you could even do color with HTML tags and stuff like that. And I think there's a Obsidian public GitHub repo. Yeah, but I think OneNote, it's not in your control really, right? So I have full control over where these files end up. Yeah, it's very nice. Especially that it's free, and when I can sync it to my GitHub, that's free. I can decide what parts I want other people to see and not. I can put stuff no one should ever see, like keys and things in this, without having any problems. Like putting stuff on the internet, like I used before Google Docs. There you wouldn't want to put everything, right? And people using Notion, you wouldn't want to do that for secret stuff. Yeah, so it's very cool. And very simple. I'll have a file there. This is a good thing to do, not something not like intense when they call, because I don't want to hop abort the middle. So here's my list of the Obsidian things. I could let's see. I did click here, right? No. So I was trying to make it bigger, but I think I did switch to my actual full Obsidian now. So I have my private notes here too. So I don't have all my shortcuts. But you can have plugins and stuff here too. Anyway, you can make lines with 3 dashes. You can set headers of different sizes. You can do italics, bold, strikeout, underline with HTML, color with HTML, and you can nest them like bold and italics. You can use, special characters. Yeah, and you can use space and line breaks too if you want to. You can make tags and different headers. And headers are collapsible, so if you wanted to collapse this header, you could just collapse it. So, but it's not really saved, I think, what you collapse. Sometimes it is. You can make lists, number lists, quotes. Then you can use backticks, and you can use code blocks, and you can say what code type this is. You could do Python. This is syntax highlighting here, example, and these are the kinds what you can type here. The Prism.js things. You can make links and change the name of the link. You can embed images, and if you paste here, it will automatically be created an image directory where the images are put. So it's very simple. Yeah, and this is apparently something that is not found. It's such PDF here, so I probably removed a PDF file. And this is actually a full web page iframe in here. in it. Which is kind of funny, right? And when I scroll now, I only scroll in my web page, which is horribly that's not nice. We can have web links. Another image not found, because I've been messing around with this. We can highlight it with 2 equals. Comment percent. Well, there are lots of these info ones. You can do all of these with just with text. And you can insert the tables. And it becomes, well, like this table here. You can just edit things. You can also add columns and rows. And this is just actually text. So if I were to type something on the line exactly above here, this will turn into text. But you would have to do that going into the source mode here. So then you don't see special things like this. So there's also something called reading mode, where you can't see you can't like click into these. You can't put your cursor or anything. So the live preview is what I always have on. I never switch. So what else do we have? Yeah, the other day someone told me about this mermaid flowcharts. So this is just text too. But when I click this, lang stream died. So be aware. I actually think I did a bit more than click it, but a bit after I clicked it, my stream died. So maybe it was just memory intense. Yeah, so that's it. That's what I have so far. Yeah, and also, right, I have programming here. I just opened the same thing here. So I open my public directory, or the Obsidian one, which is the main folder, D Obsidian, and this is D Obsidian public. And I can easily just edit the code in things, and I have everything there too. The thing with Obsidian is that it saves automatically, so as soon as you just type something, it's saved. You never have to save anything. So I guess I'm losing my always saving. Control S, Control S. Yeah. So that's almost the biggest difference with opening it in code. So I guess no call yet. They're like 30 minutes late. I'm not yet very surprised though. We'll call you 14:30. It's 14:43, 14:44. So that was me trying to not do something intense when they called. Failed. But I hope you, yeah. Oh, so the TDS is down today. I don't know why. It's not me. Yeah, so migrate all your nodes from OneNote to Obsidian. But when you have them in Obsidian, they're text files, and that's easy, very easy to manage. Yeah. So I hope everything is good with you too. I don't know if I should call you Rizop, or what should I call you? So now I have 2 people talking at the same time. So let's do that. I'll have to. I did notice chat. I hope I wasn't too far behind there. Anyway, I think that this one is kind of like. Yeah, well. So. Yeah, later. So I was actually going to start making notes of this. The thing is that annoys me a bit is that I have notes on this. I made notes on this. I was so pleased with my notes. I know that I sent some of them to Discord, or someone on Discord. So let's just start with that to see if I can find what I sent them. So let's see. I'm going to the top of this person's chat. So they're sending that. Yeah, so I was exploring group concat here. So let's add group concat, which is very useful for union. So group, just confirming it's an underscore. And here I have an old image. If I click this and take open in browser, so this is something old where I used this. Yeah. So this is that I sent on Discord in September. So I'm just thinking, should I add this to my notes? So let's copy the image and put it in the notes. So I think, oh, the call. I'll mute. So there, sorry. It was a bit longer because I wanted to plan. We will have another tomorrow with my kid, trying to have a meeting where we decide together. So I'll go and tell my kid with a post-it here. Also, what color do you use it tomorrow? It's brown, I think. So I had to type in English too. He doesn't read Swedish. Well, that was a bad translation. Well, he will understand. So I'll be right back. Du trötte bort mig klockan 2. So there. So now my 16-year-old, I mean, he's not a tiny kid anymore. He can be with us deciding about this meeting. So let's just put this in my calendar too. My God. So I'm just adding it to my calendar. How did it know the time? Because it's the same time now? No, it's not. There. So, closing my calendar again. Right, I had my image from my old stuff. And yeah, right, I remember I made this even better than this. Let's actually put all of these in like a tiny note. And let me check chat because I didn't. So, thanks for the follow. people. Thanks for the follow. I'm sorry for having a long call. I thought it would be a tad shorter at least, but now I'm back at least. So I'm going to make notes on well, let's call it my stuff. Very official sounding, right? So I think I copied this, so we just paste it, and then I have more things. Right, I open Discord, and I'm going to actually move it from the screen far away. So let's see. They asked what the group concat does. Yeah, and then what? Right. So this is they asked what it was, so I explained that if I don't do group concat, we will all get only the password here, and if I use the group concat, we get the username and password, which is much nicer, right? Select password from account, select group concat from account. Right, so many things to try and make notes of. But I think it's very important to have SQL-like stuff notes, you know? So they told me what they used. Yeah, they have all the questions all the unions we will just add in a bit. To be prettier output. Right. So I'm getting the next image here. So the next one is this, and now we get usernames admin. So passwords admin. Here's your password. Yeah, I think I made another version too. Let's see. I was kind of digging into that. So yeah. So I have the text here too. Put the text in there. In chat. And they said they preferred colon between username and password. Creds in pairs. Yeah, but then you have to. We don't know the number of lines, right? So you don't have to go crazy on the formatting. Let's see if there was something more here. Yeah, so I tried \t and \n and it didn't work or something. Yes, I think that was it. Let's go back to minimizing that. So, and by the way, I didn't say your name, so welcome in Bibi Siana, and welcome in a mediocre dev. So, I'm still on the right screen, right? It's right. So, these were just a few examples. So let's do examples, union, group, cat, concat, group, concat, concat. I think I did more than I would have wrote to him, but I don't have it. I wasn't using Obsidian. That's the problem. So let's go back here. And I told my kid that has problems deciding stuff, and you can go like forever trying. I said, do you want to do something with me? And he said yes. And I said, what do you want to do? And then he said, I don't know. So I told him if he thinks of something to do, I will stop streaming and we'll do that, you know? So we'll see. Maybe I'll go ask him in a bit again. But we'll do a bit of this. And also, I did tell him 15 about food, but I don't think it matters if he were to wait a bit. So, let's continue. So, yeah. So, sorry, but I'll put this link in my notes. This is the one that sold our Annie for us. So let's put it in the Annie notes. But probably also so that I can find it easily. Do I have capabilities in Linux? Yes. So let's put this in here. This is the best place for it, really. And let's just put it in Annie too, if I didn't. That's the link. I searched a lot before I found that. Sorry. Let's oh, that was a taco. So now we can close the web page, and this page didn't give me a thing. It's much too long, too many things, and I read it. I read all the hits, and it wasn't anything there. No, it didn't tell me anything about how it works, really. So I both like and not like that page because it's not very pedagogical how it's structured. Yeah, let's add an hour so this doesn't expire. It's just the demo ones. So we did this. We did a bit, and I didn't have notes. Yeah, how are your learning process going? Yeah, it's going fine. I'm doing currently really the TryHackMe learning path. That's after the junior penetration testing one, but since I lost my notes on this, I want to make new notes. So that's why I'm doing it again. It's a bit tough to feel that I had the perfect notes and I lost them, you know, but well, now we have Obsidian and I won't lose them again. This is so organized. Google Docs is not that organized. So, let's see. What do I want to add to the notes here? So let's go to SQL one and let's copy this one about how union works, right? Because this is the base for using it when doing in SQLi. So union. Combining several select. Well, combines several select statement. Results must have the same number of columns. Let's actually put these as like. No, let's underline it. Too bad they don't have underline. There. Same number of columns. Maybe we should even have columns underlined too. Because that's the important bit, right? And also similar data type. I could underline that too. So try union select. So try, and then we do special thingy. So whatever. Let's actually do whatever union select 1. Well, it'll be a column there. So there was a space and it was automatically removed, you know. When you can do something with simple means and repetition to make it clearer, do it, right? So until you find the right number of columns. And we don't need feedback from the error as we're getting here. We just can try until we get something, right? Also make sure the whatever does not return actual results, or you will only see these. There. So whatever might actually work. Right. So instead of 0, we could try whatever and see what happens. It might need the integer type though. So if we continue on the page, this is this. Then we can try database. And then there's also the fact that there are different databases. I mean, there's MySQL, MS SQL, all the things. So let's add then try to get information about the database. And let's do, this is the database name. There. It would be fun to find the old notes later and realize I did this for nothing, but I didn't, because I was learning, right? Repetition. That's the best thing. So you'll now see where number 3 was displayed. Shows the name of the database. Our next query will gather a list of tables that are in the database, and this is a very good one to have. Because why wouldn't we want this? Why would we run SQL map if we can do this manually? With like burp that I used in the other examples, or just in the browser, right? So now we had whatever here. Let's make it 0, right? Because it's all ints and it looks kind of funny to me, and I don't want to have to change all of the things because it's not the same. And make sure that the 0, I'll keep the, because it might be anything, so it'll be okay. Whatever, let's remove it, it sounds bad. Union select 1, 2, group concat, and then they use this group concat. So this is where I got that, right? From this room. Table name from information schema tables where table well, this is the name. So list, yeah, this is good. List tables in the database as QLI1, right? There. I think I clicked 2 things at once. No, my camera is still there. I clicked like this. My god, it's warm in here. Though it's 20 degrees outside. I will open my window a bit, okay? And we'll see if the cars are too noisy. The sky is also going very grey. I'm putting a pollen filter in the window. There. So, let's see if I can squeeze myself back. There. So, now I will get 26 degrees air inside. A bit at least. So it looks like it will start raining. It's kind of windy. All the trees' leaves, they're like vibrating. You can see how they turn, you know. And I can also hear that. I don't know if you can. But I think at this time of the day, it's 15:30. No one's going to work or from work, or we'll see what happens with the sound. I can mostly hear trees rustling in the wind. Right, so this one is copied to the notes, and it says list tables in the database. Yeah, so list tables is the important bit here, right? So how will we make this more visible? And I do think that the underline is actually the trick here, even though it's not actually Obsidian, but just HTML. So works. So if I'm looking through the text and I'm looking for how do I get tables, I see list tables there popping out of the text. Bold doesn't do the same thing, for me at least. There, so there are a couple of new things to learn in this query. Firstly, the method group concat gets a specified column, in our case table name, from the multiple return rows and puts it in the string. Sorry, cars. Separated by commas. The next thing is the information schema database. Maybe I made a mistake, we'll see. Every user of the database has access to this, and it contains information about all the databases and tables the user has access to. In this particular query, we're interested in listing all the tables in the SQLi1 database, which is the article and staff users. As the first level aims to discover Martin's password. So we're like at the end of a street. It's not a big one either. Still a lot of cars. The staff user table is what interests us. We can utilize the information schema database again to find the structure of the table using the below query. So I should probably run these two, but I see it in my head already, so that's why I don't. So list columns. In the table, there. So oh, well, how did that happen? So I missed Control and clicked it instead. That's what happened. There. List columns in the table. Maybe I should only have columns and tables, but whatever, it looks prettier this way. Yeah, so let's run the commands too. Even if we're copy pasting this time. So it's all the things after the equal sign here. Just paste the line, and we will see article and staff users. So staff users sounds more interesting, right? So now it is information schema columns, and we see the name down there. So staff users, and I did something wrong, so let's look. Columns. Oh right, I forgot there. I have to change this one too, because otherwise it doesn't exist table name in this one. So yeah, it's column. So actually this one, column name. There, this is very good to do manually, but there's also the possibility to get errors. So let's actually copy what I have here, and let's paste it in here. Oh gosh, that's the ice cream track. Ice cream track, and it always stops just outside the house. So what did I change? Oh, table name, not schema. Okay, great. So let's undo that, and let's get back here, and it's called table name. I don't like the word schema. I never liked it. So now we have ID, password, username, right? So that worked, and I changed in 3 places. I changed columns, column name, schema columns, and table name instead of tables, column schema. So why not column name and database name? I'm in Sweden. Where are you? Now I'm interested to know if it's in more places. Yeah, cool. You're Swedish too. Yes, I'm in Rotepro outside Stockholm, like Sollentuna. Where are you? Yeah, that's funny. Well, so you didn't hear me speak Swedish anything yet. I speak Swedish to my kids all the time. Oh, cool. Do you know where our country house is? It's vacation time, so in like a few weeks I'll be going to Ödebyn outside Åmål, kinda. It's also close to Säffle. So kinda deep forest of Värmland, but on the edge to Dalsland there. So yeah. So where are you? So it's like 5-hour drive. That's kind of long. But it's okay. I don't know if my kids were more like wanting to go outside. Okay, yeah, nice. That's much closer to where I am. So we're almost in Norway over there. Yeah, so when the TTS works, it will also translate text. So you could type in a language, but since the TTS is not on, it won't translate stuff. So okay, that's wild. So my dad's parents lived close to Karlstad when I was a kid, but they didn't speak that dialect. So they kind of spoke like normal without any dialect, and my dad did too. So, but my hubby's mother, she's from Åmål, so. But also she dropped a bit of accent, of course. Live in Stockholm most of her life. Okay. Yeah, everybody does. But don't like young people drop the distinct dialect? Isn't more like smoothing all over? Small world, right? Yeah, and still we have 4 hours car drive between us still. Well, when I was a kid it would have been like 7, right? Because the roads are getting better. Yeah, cool. So what's your interest in cybersecurity? Is it like you just stumble into the stream, or did you have any, you're studying it too, right? Didn't you say that? I have to check up. So no, I can't scroll further up. I'm not friends with the chat of StreamerBot yet. We'll see. If I always have it open, then all the chat will end up in there, I guess. Yeah. So it's very tightly connected to web dev, right? Because that's the way we get into all the systems, all the boxes we do. Everything starts with the web, almost all of it. This anyone started with AnyDesk, so that was kind of funny, but there's almost always web first. Mediocre. I don't think that. If you say you're mediocre, that means you're a great one, right? Because someone who's very new to there will think they know everything. Nah? Okay, okay. Yeah, did you do the web academy thingy? This Portswigger web security. Well, that's free too. That's web stuff. Only web stuff. So I started just a little bit. Yeah, so this is good and free one. And I think it's really advanced. You know, all of the things are not basic, like the ones I started with. There are really cool stuff there too. So I'm thinking I should continue for a bit more since my kids. Yeah, I shouldn't be streaming all day. It's been how long? I can't see because of the chat. 6:30. 6:30 already. What happened? Time flies. Yeah, so we did this one, and we got the column names. Yeah. Well, I've been eating lunch and stuff too, you know, talking to my kids. This is similar to the previous SQL query. However, the information that we want to retrieve has changed from table name to column name. Well, they're wrong because it's table schema. So I was like, what? Find a bug. The tables we are querying in the information schema database has changed from tables to columns. We're searching for any rows where the table name column has a value of staff users. The query results provide 3 columns for the staff users table: ID, password, and username. We can use the username and password columns of our following query to retrieve the user's information. So let's do this. Let's copy this one to our notes first of all. That's the most important bit. So should we paste it here or should I actually type stuff? About a year. How long have you been learning cybersecurity? What you're doing right now is something I want to learn since I do some simple SQL stuff from time to time. Yeah, so it's about a year, but I worked in IT, so I worked with SQL, you know, long time ago. Oh no, I'm in the wrong. I was trying to click the end here, and I ended up somewhere else on the end. So let's paste here. Just run it. We get all the data, but now for the important bit, which is the notes. So, right, let's first just do this. And I noticed a message. What area of IT? Well, I was like 2000. I was doing electronic arts, Nordics, networking stuff, and everything, IT. And then I worked at OF, which is EFRI now, right? Then I got kids and with special needs. So I've been like not working the last few years with that. I've been working remote with like marketing and different things too, and now I'm working a bit on electronics company, doing electronic stuff. So I've been doing lots of different things. So I'm really going back to. I'm thinking. People have asked me, "Do you want to work at this company? Run IT on this shop in Arlanda's whatever IT stuff?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, but is it not on location 8 hours a day job?" "Yeah, it is. Didn't you read my LinkedIn where it says I could work maximum 50% at the location?" "No, we didn't." "Okay, so why did you ask me if I wanted this job?" So that's kind of annoying. Networking difficult, yeah. Okay, in Örebro. Okay. Yes, I worked in Stockholm, of course. Yeah, but since my kids are still home, so I can't just. One of them can't make any food himself. He's got autism and this stuff. The word is a bit hard place, sometimes. So I'm in my notes. Let's make the notes here. So I did copy the same little thing, and that's not my intention. Let's look. So sometimes when I copy, I'm not at the place where I think I am with my actual. There, now we should have it, right? So we actually had double special characters. Oh, there's a BR in there. That's so cute. It actually did the BR. Okay. Yeah, so then you like working from home then? Sorry to interrupt your workflow here with a question. No shame. No problem at all. I don't stream because I want to be left alone, right? It's because doing this alone wouldn't be as fun. And also people come into the stream and they teach me more things, right? So that's the reason. I don't want to sit here all alone in the room with just my kids. I need something social. I need that. So, but I'm going to look for jobs, and I would prefer to have like 40% maybe, or some kind of like mix. 40% on a location close by, of course. But I could take a remote one if that's what I get. Yeah, also have a partner who is very sick, so I travel between rooms. Okay, so working on the game doesn't work. Okay, oh, I hope they get better. Thank you. Yeah, very sick doesn't sound very good, so I hope they get better soon. Ah. That was not worth it. Well, I should make like a shortcut thingy. Can't you do that in this? I think so, in Obsidian. Oh my, okay. Yeah, so I hope it's not too bad then. I hope it's okay. That is as good as possible. Whatever you can say. Yeah, but nice that you can work from home then. That's great. So dev work works kind of good from home, right? Yeah. Separator BR. Yeah. Great. So let's go to the. I almost say box, but this is like demo website. So putting the new query here. Apparently, I need to copy it again. So there. Sorry for some heavy stuff. So anyway, this looks interesting. Yeah, but life is all parts, Life is all parts. And sometimes, well, I'm here if someone wants to talk about something heavy, that's all okay. So, yeah. I've been very much locked to the home when the kids were younger, especially. So I had one very wild ADHD kid and one autistic kid who couldn't handle that. much. Well, he is probably a bit ADHD too, but because he never stands still when he talks now. It just keeps dancing, like, yeah. So, but now it's getting better and better. They can do more and more stuff, but it was school crashes. So we have the admin and password and stuff. Yeah, definitely. And also my dad passed away 2 years ago from cancer, so and my hubby's mom for like 5 years ago from another kind of cancer. So life is what it is, you know. And you should enjoy it while you can. Her last few years there, she was traveling abroad, she was doing all the things. She had like a checklist, things she wanted to do. My dad was different. So yeah, so do what you can, do what you want to, and have as fun as you can the time that you have. That's the thing, right? So right, I usually put the name of the table, so I didn't here, so let's do that. Staff users, so we can imagine the results. I'm sorry. It's a taco. Again, we use group connect method to return all the rows into one string with BRs as a separator here. The separator bit is interesting too. And make it easier to read. We also add a colon to split the username and password from each other instead of being separated by a comma. We've chosen the HTML BR tag that forces each result to be on a separate line to make it easy reading. 6 hours and 34 minutes. You should now have access to Martin's password to enter and move to the next panel. Oh, okay, so that's how we get to the next page. That's kind of funny. So we're supposed to log in as Martin. So we get his password up here. And we can also see the full query here. So this is a good learning room. I like it. I wonder if I did like it officially. Right, let's copy this one first before I tab back. So your answer is correct. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm thinking notes. Notes is the thing. Should I add anything else here? So we're now at blind SQLi. So, oh my god, that's so annoying. It keeps happening. So did I make a header already for blind? No. So this is not really a part of this. Let's keep popping it down. A lot of space. What level header did I make this one? 3. So let's make the next one 3 too. Blind SQLi. It makes you reevaluate. Yeah, was it Obsidian you used for taking notes? Yeah, it's Obsidian. And I just went through my Obsidian notes a bit earlier on stream. So if you want, you can look at the VOD a bit earlier when I went through my notes here on Obsidian. So I have this file here with all the things you can add that I know about. There's definitely more. So let's hop back. Blind SQLi. Unlike in-band SQLi injection, where we can see the results of our attack directly on the screen, blind SQLi is when we get a little to no feedback to confirm whether our injection queries were in fact successful or not. This is because the error messages have been disabled, but the injection still works regardless. It might surprise you that all we need is a little bit of feedback to successfully enumerate a whole database. Slowly. Oh, I see, cool. Trying to structure my work a bit more. So I'm going to look at Obsidian, Joplin and Notion to see if I like any of them. Yeah, so the reason why I like Obsidian is because I have my notes. They're files, you know. Hop over there again. So it's just files in the file system. So you have images, you have files, you can have different file types. I can open this in VS Code, the file, same structure, and I can have code in here easily. Just mix the files, and all of the things are just files. And I sync it to GitHub, so I have a backup there, and also can share my notes, and things I want secret I can have secret, and things I want to share I can share, you know. So I like it there. Also it's free, it's well secure. And when I'm doing with the Git stuff, you know, I also have Git ignores for things I don't want to upload. Yeah, Obsidian is MD. It's all MD. So it's very... Yeah, you can just open the same things, right? So let's... So we even have the ChatGPT up here. Let's go to GitHub. So here are the notes. So I've made a few updates now, but if we go to the same place here, so it's tools and info, and go to SQL where we're at. We click one of the files there. Yeah, so maybe that was not a good note to look at. Yeah, so not long notes these. The SQL itself. There, SQL.md. This one is a bit longer, so you can see it easily here too. Though, as you can see, I don't have line breaks or stuff in my Obsidian notes, because I use this live view mode. Let's see. Then I can also use, I know, NVim to edit the files if I need. yeah, you're allowed to. Not my choice though. Big fan of MD. It's just the right amount of customization to not get overwhelming. Yeah. Looks like a great way to structure notes. Yeah, you're welcome to steal whatever you want from me. I'm probably not the first one, to do it like this. I got a hint that you could. I had looked at other ways to sync it to and looked at this, but then someone else was doing it, so I did too. Yeah. So here's let's see how the obsidian bit of it, because all markdown is not equal. So this is what it looks like here. So the code works the same, but as you can see, when the embed of an PDF and the iframe doesn't work in here. These don't really work either. This is a foldable collapse. It's not at all anything. The table works. The image doesn't work. So some things works. There are more things on Obsidian than what GitHub can show you. This helps you focus. Yeah, I've heard people when they switch to another program that it helps them to focus on things. I just focus anyway. So many things in it that. Okay, so Visual Studio Code. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I kinda like VS Code, it's kinda nice. And I don't want to remember a million shortcuts or special key commands and things. That's why I'm not a Vim fan. So I'm just checking messages quickly. Oh, okay. Okay. Just checking in on my family. So I will continue now, and I will focus a bit more, so we get through this blind bit at least, and then I'll go check in with my kids again. Yeah, so we can enumerate a whole database with the tiniest feedback. Authentication bypass. One of the most straightforward blind SQL injection techniques is when bypassing authentication methods, such as login forms. In this instance, we aren't that interested in retrieving data from the database. We just want to get past the login. Yeah. So I didn't think of it, but of course that's a blind thing. But we get feedback. We get in. We are logged in, right? So it's not blind. I don't agree fully there. Login forms that are connected to a database of users are often developed in such a way that the web application isn't interested in the content of the username and password, but more whether the two make a matching pair in the user table. In basic terms, the web application is asking the database, do you have a user with username Bob and the password Bob123? The database replies with either yes or no, true or false. And depending on the answer, dictates whether the web application lets you proceed or not. Taking the above information into account, it's unnecessary to enumerate a valid username password pair. We just need to create a database query that replies with a yes, true. Practical level 2 of the SQL injection example shows this exact example. We can see in the box labels a SQL query that the queries to the database is the following. Select star from users where database what? Where username and password limit 1. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to make this an authentication example. And Also, as you saw, when I copied this, that is code from this web page, it's pasted as code. It's the same with all of these, that Obsidian uses the same kind of thing, you know? It's also Markdown, which makes it very easy to copy these things and paste them, and lots of web pages uses this kind of thing, you know? When I was using Google Docs for notes, this was not an easy thing to do. I was usually just screenshotting things and pasting the screenshots, which was a mess to do. So, because you can't even copy the images out afterwards in Google Docs, it's just annoying. So that's why I'm not doing Google Docs. I do use Google Docs for lots of things, all the Word things, you know, and all the Excel things too, for the sheets. But I don't use it for this because it's getting data back from there that's not text. It's not nice. The username and password values are taken from the login form field, and initial values of the SQL query box will be blank as these fields are currently empty. To make this into a query that is always true, returns true, we can enter the following into the password field. So some people don't like this. Well, it's in my list on top there for SQLi. So, or do it. Yeah, and I also added this bit because we need the space. The space is what we need sometimes. So, let's copy it. The classic, which returns the following statement, right? Select star from users where username equals or, yeah, well, the comment. Well, let's go to the page 2, right? Why did I click that? I was going to click this. So, I think they put it in the password field. Yeah. Which is like, you can't see it. So, it did comment out, and this comment was added so we could see it. Right? So let's just put this one in here so it's there. Did I actually click OK on the last one? Yeah. Or submit. Because 1 equals 1 is a true statement, and we've used an OR operator. This will always cause a query to return as true, which satisfies the web application logic that the database found a valid username password combination and that the access should be allowed. So let's go back to this page. I don't want to hop there yet, thank you. So let's instead, oh well, let's type. So we want to do this one. Hopping up automatically at a user. Well, yeah. So works too. But now we just commented the password bit too. So it's the same thing. I'm clicking the level 3 button there. So I'm just thinking, is there anything else I want? So look at this page. Okay, So apparently it's kind of buggy because we're not supposed to see this bit. Right? Look. We broke the poor thing. So let's click this. No? It's just broken. It's just broken. So we did finish the blind bit, and I was kind of thinking, right? No, I didn't click submit there. Oh, my answer is not correct. So this is the answer that it wanted then. Okay. So I was like, what? But it was okay. Good. So I'm thinking it's probably time for